تجريد إمرالي وبيشتوي فايك أزجر إيرول كل سر روشة أورته وبرجلا إمرالي باخوي
Welcome everyone. Thank you very much for.
بخير هاتن الشريفة جيران ويسلمة و قال أجمع بيأخفتنا بيشكش بكن وأخفانا معنا
the legal community. So, first of all, in April 2023, we organized a conference in Brussels, which was focusing on the rights of political prisoners. And of course, one of our main focus was isolation and ill treatment. And there, we had a chance to organize a network of lawyers around the world, from the Philippines, almost from all countries,
الزلال
continents.
2023 konferansen i Bruxelles
Who are trying to support the and also, of course, support Mr. Öcalan, as he's one of the well-known and long-standing political prisoners, as we all know. And after this conference, we start to organize other actions, and one of them was sending tens of letters to CBT, who unfortunately insisted on not publishing its reports, and unfortunately to the Minister of Justice of Turkey. And we followed the actions of our Kurdish colleagues and Turkish colleagues in Turkey, because this was first their action, and they did it many times in Turkey. And you know, we have an open case still going on in Turkey against the lawyers of Mr. Öcalan. And lawyers just lawyers were accused just because of representing him. So with these 2,000 lawyers, we invited Mr. of Justice of Turkey and asked them first to remove all the unlawful implementations of or abuse of the execution law in Turkey, and let family members and lawyers of Öcalan to visit him. But we also discovered the gap within Turkish law, which gives us the right to visit him. You know, any European lawyer has the right to visit Mr. Öcalan according to law, because you know they're representing him before the European Court of Human Rights. They are representing him before the other international mechanisms. So I will keep it shorter now. This became one of our main contributions to this campaign, but also we were very aware that
the existing law, the legislation about the criminal code, and also the law on the execution of these punishments, we cannot separate them from the historical background, because when we look at it, we need to see also the historical truth of the Kurdish people, and also the politics of the Turkish state against the Kurdish people. We can also see the traces of this in the trial against Mr. Öcalan. So we can also find the historical traces. So when we talk about this background and the trials and the cases against Mr. Öcalan and also Kurdish people, we used to say it's a law of the enemy. That's how you treat your enemy. Günter Jacobs, the theory of Günter Jacobs about the law of the enemy, that's how they used to treat the Kurdish people. But today, now we said, now the Turkish legal system is now beyond this law of enemy, and against Öcalan they created a regime of the exceptions. It's an emergency law exceptions that they treat Öcalan. So now today, even in the west of Turkey, even against the Turkish people, they use the same exceptional legal system that they created. They apply this exceptional the regime of exception. And we know that the interlocutor of the Kurdish people is Mr. Öcalan. So when we talk about Öcalan and the treatment that he is subjected to, we also need to talk about the historical background. And when we look at this legal regime created by AKP government, and they use the Kurds to make it acceptable for the rest of the country. So AKP is the only one that determines how this regime will work. It's not the Turkish constitution. It's basically the AKP government that decides how this regime will work. 1999, Mr. Öcalan was captured as a result of an international conspiracy, and he was delivered to Turkey. And following that, there was a trial, and we know that both in terms of physical conditions, but also the legal conditions, it was an extraordinary system. And then they also had an indictment for more than 10,000 pages. So within months, back then the State Security Court (DGM) tried Öcalan, and he was punished to death penalty. And the state channel of Turkey, TRT, actually broadcasted it live that he was punished to death penalty. So Mr. Öcalan was arrested in February 1999, and by June the trial was already over, and he was punished to death penalty. And then the case was taken to the Court of Cassation in Turkey, and on the day that the Turkish Court of Cassation delivered their decision, there were so many ultranationalist groups in Turkey. They started a march, they were demonstrating in front of the court, and then we saw it both on the TV, but also our colleagues who were defending Öcalan back then, they testified. So these nationalist groups, they took buses from all over Turkey, and they went to Turkey, and as a result, the Turkish Court of Cassation ratified the death penalty given to Mr. Öcalan. The existing law, the legislation about the criminal code, and also the law on the execution of these punishments, we cannot separate them from the historical background, because when we look at it, we need to see also the historical truth of the Kurdish people, and also the politics of the Turkish state against the Kurdish people. We can also see the traces of this in the trial against Mr. Öcalan. system that death penalties will be aggravated life imprisonment. So we see the point, the turning point. When we look at this decision, there are good references in this judgment, but the decision that delivered in the personality of Öcalan was such a great decision that it will also be a judgment for entire Europe with regard to life imprisonment. So we can say the decision, the case taken to the European Court of Human Rights by Öcalan's lawyers, at the end the outcome was relevant to all the European countries. So in this judgment, it was very clear, the framework was very clear that life imprisonment, I mean the imprisonment until death, would be torture. There are 4 principles mentioned in this judgment. A possibility of release of a prisoner should be possible in every case, and de facto this should be implemented. And the 3rd principle was in these procedures there should be procedural guarantees about the release, about the termination of the judgment or finishing the punishment after serving. And 4th one, the conditions in which the prisoner will be kept. It should be suitable for the socialization of the prisoners. So we have a reservation for this 4th principle, because the legal theory of the punishment should includes in this our modern time that imprisonment or the time in prison should be a period of resocialization of the prisoners, but we know that it's used as a weapon to take revenge from the prisoners, and this right so valuable that you can see how they will implement it, because it gives so much margin of appreciation to the state. So if you have this claim of resocialization of a prisoner, you cannot keep a prisoner in solitary confinement, because you cannot resocialize a person if you keep them in incommunicado situation. So after following the Öcalan 2nd decision, Turkey was punished. Gurban Kaytan versus Turkey, there was another case including or about the same imprisonment, life imprisonment. Turkey was punished again by the government, by the Court of Human Rights, and Turkey didn't change anything in its legislation, and actually they kept using this punishment, and there are more people who was confined to this life imprisonment. In 2015, the Assembly of Ministers of the Council of Europe, which is responsible for the implementation of the judgments of the Court of Human Rights, they took this decision in their agenda, and they had this procedure, and every 3 months they have a special meeting, and they actually check or control whether the countries are complying with the judgments delivered by the Court of Human Rights. So in 2015, Öcalan case came to the agenda of the Court of Council of Europe and their Assembly of Ministers. So, and once they realized that it was not realized normally if they follow a case that is not implemented by the member party, normally they put pressure, but despite the fact that they realized that Turkey not only didn't comply with Öcalan judgment, but also gave more or delivered more punishments against other Kurdish prisoners, but yet the Council of Europe didn't do anything and they just removed it from their agenda. So we see, when we look at this group of cases, and normally the group of the cases that's delivered by the Court of Human Rights, they normally take the first case, that the first judgment of the Court of Human Rights is named as a group of the cases. So it should be actually Öcalan versus Turkey. But the Council of Europe even didn't want to use Öcalan's name, so they used the title of the second case, Gurban versus Turkey, and they named the group of files, the group of cases, after Gurban, not Öcalan. So this case was also used by the Council of Europe, and it was also used against Hungary. That also there was a very similar judgment against Hungary, and this judgment was used against Hungary. That's why they made legal amendments in their legislation, but when it comes to Turkey, they didn't put any pressure on Turkey to implement the judgment. So as lawyers, they were also kept the Council of Ministers updated about the implementation of the judgments. So, and in reply, Turkey always said, we translated your judgment, we delivered it to our local courts, and it is implemented in every case. That's why the Council of Europe never that's why the Council of Europe never put pressure on Turkey, because once they said, we delivered your judgment to the local courts, and that's it. So the Council of Europe, the Assembly of Ministers, they are not really aware of the legal regime in Turkey, and that's why we wanted to keep them informed. We were giving specifics about the execution of judgments and legal procedures, and they were convinced. They invited Turkey to change their laws, and European countries which changed their legislation following a judgment coming from the Court of Human Rights were given as good examples to Turkey. You know, they have changed their legislation, you need to do it as well. But Turkey always claims that this judgment, this punishment is exception. It is not a regular punishment, but only an exception implemented or given for Öcalan. But when we look at the statistics of the punishment or legal statistics in Turkey, we see that this so-called exceptional punishment is not an exception. It is implemented, it's given to so many prisoners. When we look at the statistics, and Turkey actually refrained giving these statistics. Still, Turkey refuses to deliver any statistics with regard to aggravated life imprisonment given to the prisoners. We apply for this, but Turkey never shares these statistics because they know that it will be approved that this so-called exceptional punishment is not an exception. We are in year of 2025. Last year, Assembly of Ministers, they took this case into their agenda again, and they said, and normally they took a serious step, well, relatively serious when we look at their bureaucracy and the legal steps so far, they warned Turkey and they said, they warned Turkish government that you need to take steps, and if you fail to do so, there will be an interim judgment given, or interim decision given by the council, and we will suspend your membership whatsoever. So this is the translation of the bureaucratic language, is that you will be suspended as a member state unless you implement the judgment of the Court of Human Rights. So Turkey also withdrew their aggravated imprisonment, but about Öcalan. But it was only one case. There are thousands of other prisoners in Turkey given the same punishment, and it still applies to them. And also, and the the Court of Human Rights also, of course, it leaves the margin of appreciation to the states, to the countries, but they say no punishment can be longer than 25 years. But Öcalan is now in the prison for more than 25 years. It's like 26 years, and Öcalan is still serving this punishment. So, and now we also look at the prisoners. The prisons in Turkey they are called S-type and Y-type of prisons. These are the special prisons that built just to implement this aggravated life imprisonment, in which the prisoners are kept 22 hours in their cells, and even if they are given time to spend outside, it is a surrounded yard that you can only see the sky and nothing else. So in these prisons, as I said, doesn't matter if the persons are given punishment or not, if they are still on trial, they spend 22 hours, actually 22 hours in their cells. So we see that there is a judgment, and it was converted by the Council of Europe or the Court of Human Rights. But on the other hand, Turkey is building new prisons just to implement this judgment that was not approved by the Court of Human Rights, which means that the argument that Turkey that claims that this punishment was only an exception against Öcalan, no, it's no longer an exception, it's actually the rule. There are thousands of prisoners are suffering because of this law. So when we talk about right to hope today, or the discussions at the Turkish parliament, we are not supporting right to life just for Öcalan's physical freedom, but we also fight against the system that created after Öcalan that affects thousands of other prisoners. So when we say we are in favor of right to hope, it's not only for Öcalan's sake, but also thousands of other political prisoners. We need to keep in mind this. Öcalan or the political prisoners cannot be a subject of a political negotiation. This is freedom of people. Now we are talking about punishment regime that's been implemented, that have been implemented almost for 26 years, and Turkey insists on implementing this. And what we want the implementation of the Court of Turkey signed the convention, and on the other hand, we also mentioned that Öcalan is the only negotiator for peace in Turkey. So Öcalan should be given the opportunity to become a part of the negotiation. So to play his role as negotiator, Turkey needs to take some steps to make it possible. So we see on one hand, Öcalan is right in terms of rights, in terms of law, in terms of legitimate legal procedures, but on the other hand, as a negotiator for the peace. So he needs to be given his right, and he needs to be able to enjoy his rights. So at the end, we can say the judgment delivered against Öcalan, it was the our zero. It started with Öcalan, and then it became the rule. And now we see, that's why I mentioned that this law is beyond the law of enemy, because and this regime is used against all the Kurds. At the beginning they have started. They used the judgment against Öcalan against all the Kurds. And today we see that they use the same attitude against the Turks today. Even the Turks themselves, they suffer under this regime that was created because of Öcalan. So, Right to Hope, there is a book. There are like 2 volumes, I missed the name, but there is a book about Right to Hope, and in this work he talks about hope in this entire work, and he defines the hope, a possibility that doesn't exist yet. That's how they define the hope. So in this, under the AKP government, we are still talking about a possibility that doesn't exist yet. That's our, and we know that we are right, and we are strong. We are asking for rightful rights, and Öcalan is the negotiator. He's the representative of the Kurdish people. That's why we feel very confident when we ask for Right to Hope for Öcalan, because of his personality, because of his status. Today, AKP government is not legitimate, but Öcalan himself is legitimate in our eyes. That's why he needs to be physically free.
I would like to thank Rengin Ergül for a very illuminating talk. I have come to understand how important this issue is, the issue of hope and the right to hope. I want to tell you in 2 minutes how I came into contact with the Kurdish struggle. I've heard of it for decades, of course. But I was a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe from 2013 to 2016. And in 2014, a delegation came to Strasbourg of 3 people. They had just returned from Turkey on an Imrali mission, as they called it. The first to speak was Benny Gustafsson from Sweden. And he said, I have learned a lot from the Kurds. And I'm trying to do what they teach. I start by cultivating the soil, nurturing the grassroots. And this is what I'm doing now in my hometown, in a Swedish municipality. Next to speak was Rada de Sousa, a professor in London, with roots in India, and
یکی پروفسور که لندن هات کوکوی هندستان بو میرا گفت چیروکه که درباره شواتی که دارستانه که یکی گران بو و همو لاور کام بون جیوینه که لدار خستن هم چواوی شوات بدن سکنندن هرکس بر به فیلم ذکر به پوزه خواه مزن پر آف کشند.
But then there was also a little hummingbird.
چوکی
Which said, I will do my part.
از ای بش خو بکم پار خو بدم از دلوپکی بخم دو خو و آگر بتافینم همو حیوان ستنگا هر مزین وقت مالي همبر ابارتايد تكوشين كير بشور افريكا اباكرنا هبيبو سلوغانك اباكر كوغوت آزادی دی جان آمده وقت جان آمده وقت قال بیا فهم کر کو هوی هیه کو در فتک هیه کو امسر بکبن چتکس جی گوتنا تا فهم دکم دا خفتنا تا دا
Aggravated life sentence is all about hope. It's about depriving Abdullah Öcalan of his hope and telling all the Kurds that if you don't behave, this can also happen to you. It's about depriving...
خوی کمیسرنا که وسا وری سرته دخوازن هویه وانا بشکین خطان دین فايك özgür Erol'en ko dinav asrin ofisa maf demek ki direç daye و از پر باندور بوم چته کو کسکن بیندر گوت از tam nizam bayındır دگو اردوغان بیاوی که بین کتی برکو دریه امرالی هنده که ویبو هدی ویده به از دخوازم گدار کم چه دی بیجی
And after your meeting with Abdullah Öcalan recently.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, I would like to greet you all with all respect. At the beginning, I would like to talk about the last 6 months. Since September, we had 2 family visits and 3 other visits on Imrali Island. And at these visits, you friends, the internationalists, the socialists, the activists, you contributed to this. With your campaign, with your work, and also with the interest that you showed Öcalan's philosophy. And it was also mentioned in İmralı when in the course of these visits. especially after the 10 years of aggravated isolation. It was very impressive, and Öcalan was also impressed. We felt it. So he sent his greetings to every single of you for your work. And he also added that I wish in between 2015 2025 I wish I could also share my ideas that I developed since 2015, but I'm looking forward to share my ideas with all friends. I have all my ideas in my head. I would like to also write and share them, and I'm looking for an opportunity. That is also his note, that he have new ideas and new thinkings that he would like to share. So I would like to continue where Rengin left. So Rengin also talked about the İmralı system. She explained it very well. The system that this extraordinary system regime that created over 25 years, it had only one goal. System of İmralı, today it still exists. It's still in motion, but the İmralı system, when we talk about these extraordinary or these exceptional features of İmralı, we always say that system of isolation, that is incredible, aggravated, exceptional isolation that we're talking about, it's not something might happen to us when we are walking in the street. This system, to develop such a system, there should be something that they would like to surround and cut its connection with the outside world. It's very... So, İmralı system, it's not an iron cage that happened on the island. No. In fact, it is not that make it very exceptional or extraordinary, but the system is the resistance that they want to isolate, the power of resistance that is on that island, and the understanding of political, philosophical understanding of the thoughts that they want to isolate. So, system of İmralı, when we talk about İmralı system, it's never been the mechanism that we talk on the island. The subject of this isolation was the resistance performed short by Öcalan. The last 6-7 months, we saw that this power of resistance showed by Öcalan, how it became successful and how it brought us to this day. So, I would like to talk about these recent developments, so I would like to share them with you. There was a very important call made by Öcalan that have reflections both in the region, in Kurdistan, but also in the international arena. It had very important reflections, and it was a call that well thought and well discussed. We heard the text of the call, and the discussions, the visits took place around this call. I would like to shed some light on these discussions. So we saw that Öcalan actually went deeper in his evaluations or discussions. And so Öcalan made it like in depth the discussions, but he also developed or improved his discussions, and he had this analysis. And the first title, I can say that Öcalan's call was very well thought and discussed, and going deeper and even improved. So Öcalan, in his discussions, in his evaluation, he made references to historical background of the Turks and the Kurds. But now he came to a different level. Now he talks about the sociology of Turkish people and Kurdish people. So he is seeing the problem, but he also brings some solutions to this problem. So it was very important that from the historical background actually I actually try to keep it very slow. I hope that my speed is very acceptable for the interpreters. So, where this 1,000-year-old relationship between the Turkish and Kurdish people should continue on a voluntary basis. It was very important. And the last 100 years, we saw that there was a positivist denial in terms of this relationship between the Turkish and Kurdish people. But Öcalan said 100 years of denial cannot break this togetherness of 1,000 years. So, in these meetings, Öcalan also analyzed the recent political developments in the region, in the Middle East, the current situation in the Middle East. He thinks it very thoroughly about all these political developments and political conjuncture, especially after the dissolvement of Syria. The state, and he thinks that with the situation in Syria, this status quo that created 100 years ago actually collapsed with the collapse of Syria, because the treatment of Sykes-Picot and all the borders that drawn as a result of Sykes-Picot, now they failed, because the evidence is the Syrian state today. So, which means it brings new opportunities today, because now today we are talking about a status that created after the World War. But today that status quo is changing, and it will have very strong impacts in future. So we actually witness it today ourselves, what's going on in the region and what kind of changes that we are going through. In this new conjuncture, what kind of strategies will prevail? We have to be very careful and watch it. What kind of politics or what kind of approaches will prevail? And all the steps taken in favor of people should bear in mind the recent political developments. So, I will go in some details, but in this new political situation in the Middle East, it was actually Öcalan's strategy that he developed in favor of peoples of the region, not the state. So many states, many countries, even before they made their position clear, Öcalan had a very clear stance in favor of the people of the region. And since the beginning, Öcalan, in his writings, in his articles, we saw that his mental capacity is even going beyond his existing capacity. He's getting deeper, getting wider, and almost in every analysis, he has three topics that he emphasizes. And even once in my speech, I said those who are familiar with his writings, capitalist modernity, when he talks about the capitalist modernity, he talks about three pillars of this capitalist civilization: capitalism, industrialism, and nation state. So this capitalist civilization is based on these three pillars. That's the framework of his analysis. And in the course of our visits, although he didn't name them literally, but so I realized that he has some contra pillars against the capitalist civilization. He has three different pillars: socialism, second one is democracy, and third one is the emancipation or freedom of women. Doubtless, my female friends, they should talk about the freedom of women themselves, of course, but when it comes to socialism and democracy, I think these are very important points that he emphasizes, because three of these are very interrelated. If one of them fails, if one of them is missing, the other two cannot be realized. This is very clear in his mind. All these three pillars have to exist together. A socialist that doesn't include democracy cannot exist. And not only in a socialist system. Doesn't matter what kind of system you want to create. It can be Islamist system or liberal system or nation-state system. Doesn't matter what kind of system that you would like to create. If you want a system, it should include democracy. A system without democracy cannot exist, cannot survive. On the other hand, especially socialism he finds it problematic, a definition or analysis of socialism based on a state. He made it very clear. He said, my socialist personality, it's against the statism. My attitude against the statism is a requirement of my socialist personality. That's why I'm trying to develop a socialist solution and a democratic nation. And in the matter of state, different than previous, he has new definitions with regard to state. In the past, we said, this is the state, this is the society, they are disconnected, they are far away from each other, and they are not very related. So we take the society as our basis, and we keep our distance from the state. Okay, in terms of principles, that was correct. But he also says, after the society, the most important institution is the state, and the state is actually the summary of the society, because you find the features of the society within this state. So we need to analyze a state or a socialist understanding which doesn't see the state in this framework will fail. And on the other hand, a democratic system or a socialist system that only takes state as its basis would also fail. So this socialism, democracy will not start at the state, but it should start in the grassroots, in the society, and it will affect the state eventually. If you don't start with the society, your endeavors will fail at the end. And especially in the Middle East, actually not only Middle East, but beyond it, today we can see that it is all over the world. We see this ultra-nationalism that's taking over in entire world. And the class struggle we see that the function of the state and the capitalist system still exists. It doesn't mean that, you know, today that they are not valid anymore. No, it still exists. But now we have to have a different approach to understand these wars of sharing. In the past, we saw that sharing the richness of the countries and sharing the territories, that was the beginning. And then came to the Cold War. It was mostly based on ideologies. But today, in the conflict of our time, maybe not all of them, but a considerable part of it is mostly based on the ethnicities and also religions. Lenin, at the beginning of the 20th century, with regard to the national problems, he proposed the right to self-determination as a resolution, as a solution for the national problems. And today we see most of the nations who used to suffer became nation states. But we see that the conflicts based on the nationalism still exist, despite the fact that all the nations have their nation states. Especially in the Middle East, there is an ethnic cleansing and the genocide. In the face of such conflict, we need to develop a socialist solution. So, since the situation that happened in Iraq, and then ISIS and their genocide against the Yazidi people and the Alawites and their atrocities against Kurdish people, and the conflict, Israel-Palestine conflict that we see on what level it goes, or situation in Gaza, or recently the massacres against the Arab Alawite Nusayris in Latvia and Tarsus. So we see that in the Middle East, the conflict that we face, our response to this national and the religious conflicts, there should be a democratic answer. The question should be how we can coexist without killing each other, without massacring each other, or without attacking each other, and without considering the existence of another group as a threat to your own existence, or not being superior, feeling yourself superior over others. That should be our response. And it's not only about the Kurds or Turks. Kurds to Arabs, Kurds to Assyrians, Persians and Armenians, Azerbaijanis and Armenians. It applies everywhere. How we all exist together, coexist. In one meeting, he had an analysis about the identities. He said there are three main identities. One is ideological. Second one is religious or sectarian identities. And the third one is the ethnic and national identity that we have. And with regard to these three identities, you cannot impose anything. These three identities can make the limits of the freedom of expression. If you deny your identity and your right to expression, it is a ground, it's a reason for a rebellion. So, the new strategy, the new democratic politics strategy,
çözümüne yönelmiş bir stratejiydi.
It's a strategy for the sake of a solution of these regional problems that I just mentioned.
Özellikle
Especially
Kürtlerin siyasi dinamizmi
the political dynamism of Kurds
uluslararası alanda da kapladıkları geniş politik alan,
also the political space that they occupy in the international arena, it makes it possible to see everything through a wider window. So while Rengin was speaking, she mentioned they even refrained from using Öcalan's name for a group of cases. That's true. This is the state system and also the media system developed or supported by the state, and they ignored Öcalan despite the fact that he was under aggravated isolation for the last 10 years. But today we saw that when he made his call, there were so many media outlets, so many journalists, so many cameras, which shows that the space that the Kurds occupy in this political arena is much bigger now. And this is also a window of opportunity for a solution. And we see that, and Öcalan is very determined to create a ground for this political solution. And he has this political perspective with regard to Kurds and the regions where the Kurds live. And beyond that, he also has perspectives beyond the borders of Kurdistan and internationalist perspectives reaching out all of the world. So, as a result, I can say we are not living in the times of the totems or the clans. An ideology that connects the existence of a nation on the denial or the destruction of another nation. We are not living in that ages anymore. We have different ethical values, and we can overcome all these old ideologies that were imposed on us. And we need long-term strategies and long-term partnerships for future. In the region that we live, our identities, on one hand, they make us strong, but also it can be a burden and brings many responsibilities because of our identities. But with all our enthusiasm, with our power that we have, we need to find ways to coexist. Especially, like in Europe, like in the world, there is also in Turkey a new age or new generation of racism. In the past, they used that the separatists are the traitors, but the Kurds are our friends. That was the rhetoric of the nationalism in Turkey back then. But nowadays, the new rhetoric, the new racism that is developed, they talk about the Kurds as if they are animals. They use animal references. But this is something new. In the past, the separatists were the enemies, but the Kurds... and when they talk about the Kurds, they talk about a yellow bag. But yellow bag is actually a body bag for the corpse. That's how they talk about it. But also it can be a bag for litter, for garbage. That's how they talk about the Kurds. So this ultra-nationalism and the male intoxication and they also target the women. Therefore, so we understand the saying that either socialism or barbarism. We understand that saying what it means today much better than. Therefore, Öcalan says insisting on socialism is insisting on humanity. That's his saying. All these procedures, all these processes in order to get them a result at the end. I think in the afternoon there will be a session that all these things will be discussed very thoroughly, so I don't want to intervene, but I just want to say that Mr.
Ortaya koyma, özgürce çalışma, iletişim kurabilme olanaklarının derhal oluşturulması gerekiyor. Bu onun özgürlük hedefinin ilk adımı olarak ortaya çıkması gereken bir süreç. Bu sürecin bu süreçle bağlantılı bir biçimde onunla birlikte eminim çok daha güçlü sonuçlar alacağız. Ben dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim.
دولت قداخه بون ناو دا تونی ین هسکری سد سالا هایو او جیبو جوانن امریکا اگهی زده خویه مگر آتو سی سکوی سر هانت ملت چما میجر ویچه جیبرکو پر آلین گلن وکدی کایت رانر او جهات قداخه کرن ویدر چتو صدق خامن يعني شاشمانك وانشتان دشتكنن يكي عندما كانت سنتهي ترامب يدنا institutions ميسون يعني أقول از يوصل الفكر لا يوصل ناخذ لا يوصل ناخذ الدنيا غير كيفن دنمارك صار نسد حاجته جرافن فيرجن فروتن أمريكا يبلو $25 مليون بري حاجته صار كله أمريكا برن فيرجن آيلاندز كسرنا أخوان وتجينا سانج يبل ما زندنا بل ما صد برن أستراليا سر جرافن مارينا سكنين شما مارينا كراليتشكي أستوريا بو بوليسر إسبانيا حكيم
But after hearing Ögmundur, I will not repeat them. I was planning to once again mention our requests. I was planning to explain some additional issues related to the campaign that we have already done and the ones that we will do. But now I have some sentences again in my mind. And, you know, in the 5th and 6th of February, this happened when, again, Rengin was making a presentation during the Rojava Tribunal about the Shemako school girls bombing. We were hearing a witness there, and that young girl was saying us that I will not leave them behind, you know, because she witnessed her school friends dying, and she was holding them when she was 15 years old in Rojava. And, you know, this sentence is still coming with me, and I think now I have another sentence, again, coincidentally coming from Rengin. 0 point of the law in Turkey is the truth of Kurds. So maybe today this is more important than repeating the legal arguments. You know, I would like to invite you for a future discussion, let's say, about challenging the language we use, maybe. You know, I'm thinking about it since the Palestine situation started, you know, this humanitarian aid, really? You know, is it the term that we need? And maybe today I should say that what I heard from Özgür is not about Kurdish question. As a Turk, I'm saying this. It is about Turkish question. You know, we are talking the problems that the Turkish state is creating here. You understand what I mean? Because I think there is a victory, already a victory here. Now, at least we are not talking about the recognition part, and now our responsibility is finding the concrete solutions here for that. So what I will say, like, since we were talking about the right to hope, maybe we should remember the responsibility of being hopeful and making each other hopeful. Like, I think we can finish with like this, and also we have to remember that there is a crime which is over all the other crimes, like crime of silence. So we should stop committing this crime, and we should encourage the others not to do so, and we should ask for freedom of Mr. Öcalan everywhere, because we know that his freedom will be the freedom of all the oppressed people around the world. Thank you for joining us, and
Compagni e compagni, vi invitiamo a prendere posto, stiamo iniziando di nuovo. Evalno, we are starting. Please take your seat.
Dear friends, please come in. We want to start the third panel.
Se di lì non scappa. Allora, vorrei darvi...
I would like to give you some technical information on this third panel. At 2 p.m. we will start again. I can't. And then we will start again until 6 p.m. and then dinner. No. This is the third panel on the local and global impact of peace perspectives and on democratic society of Öcalan. For this panel, there are here Amadeo Chiaccheri and Consuelo Núñez of the Committee of the Spanish State. The speakers are Pervin Buldan, deputy of the Dem Party on the Öcalan strategy to transform the oppressive regime through the force of democratic society. Idris Balukan, member of the negotiation team of Emirali from 2013-2015, on the experiences of the talk in Emirali from 2013 and 15 and on the actual situation. And then Ömer Öcalan, deputy of the Dem Party, on the impact of the democratic strategy of Öcalan on Turkey and Middle East. And then we have a second phase of the same panel with Fuza Al-Yusuf, who came from Rojava. So please, the floor is yours.
Grazie mille.
Thank you, Yilmaz.
Then for those who are supporting us, thank you very much. We are going to speak in Italian and Spanish, me and Consuelo. First of all, welcome you all. From me to all of you, I greet the audience of today, the audience who is here for this international meeting. It is an honor and a pleasure to share these 2 days of work in a moment of an historical moment which is so intense, both for the global scenarios and because of these 2 events that happened in these last 2 months. Events that put at the center of the global debate the Kurdish question. It is a determining issue of the project on peace and democracy. It was an honor to participate together with some of the people here present to the international delegation that in January went to Kobane to celebrate the 10 years anniversary of the victory against Daesh. And I want to underline this moment because during this panel we are going to discuss together with important speakers the perspectives from the point of view of a local and global perspective on the resistance processes and peace, and on the proposal of a democratic peace from Öcalan. It is well evident that our participation from so many corners of the world to these 2 days of work underline not only the international solidarity, but also the importance of the paradigm of democratic modernity as a paradigm that helps also our countries, our democracies, and for the framework of diplomacy, of international diplomacy within a war scenario, a global war scenario. It is thus really a moment of honor for me to be able to introduce such debate, a debate that accompanies us to see within the world system the alliances and the suggestions that Öcalan message and democratic modernity suggest us today. As the base, as the basic principle for a debate, but also as a starting point for alliances, international alliances, so that we can all share in our corners, in our local region, the same struggle. I would like to connect to the last word of Dr. Johannesson that concluded the former panel, highlighting that the Kurdish question is not a question of a local issue, but it pushes us to take on an active role in our political struggles so that we can face the capitalist modernity. So I would like with this to leave the floor to Consuelo Núñez. I'm really honored to share the moderation of this first phase with her.
Hello.
Everyone.
Ez dixwazim destpêkê de karê ku hevalên wergêr dikin ez spasyawan bikim. Niha dengêm tê wê? Okay, tamam, niha baş e.
I want to recognize the great work that is being done by interpreters, but also by the organization team. And we want to thank them for offering us accommodation, transportation, but especially a great dinner and party we were given yesterday night. Espace Revals. Well, I've been honored to have been asked to moderate this panel together with Amadeo. I'm just a grassroots internationalist activist. And this honor makes me feel a little closer to my heroines. I think the heroines of the world, the women of Congresstar. This panel 3 of the conference title is very representative of the moment we are living. Global, regional, and local impacts of peace perspectives and Öcalan democratic society. This title places us at the meeting point between ideology and, the world of ideas and the harsh reality. Here we have 4 speakers. Sorry, Idris didn't come. He couldn't come because he was not allowed to have a visa to enter Italy. But we have 4 speakers who combine democratic confederalism, theoretical knowledge, but especially its practice both in Bakur and Rojava as well. So it's my pleasure to introduce Pervin Buldan, then party MP and member of Imrali delegation. Probably we have 2 of the 2 persons that know more about this process that is being done today. She will speak to us about Öcalan's strategy to transform an oppressive regime through democratic society strength. Please, Pervin. Thank you.
Dear friends, esteemed participants, I also would like to greet you with all my respect.
Con todo mi respeto.
Thank you for those who put a great effort, who gathered us together and organized this event. Thank you very much for their efforts. In this conference, everyone who took floor and spoke and who are running a campaign for freedom of Mr. Öcalan and also running campaigns and activities, I would like to thank them once again for their work. But first of all, I also would like to give special thanks to you. I have to convey from İmralı, from Mr. Öcalan. Before coming to this conference, if we could go to İmralı Island, I am sure Öcalan would also send a message from Island with regard to this conference, but we didn't have the opportunity. But after I go back, when I go to the island again, I will report about this conference. The level, the participants, we will inform Öcalan about all this work that you do. I'm sure that he will be very happy to hear that. I am a person that I had the opportunity to see Öcalan for a long time. So after a period of 10 years, we restarted the process started, and we had the chance to see Öcalan, to talk to him, to discuss with him. So we entered a period, a process, a very meaningful process. 2010, 2011, after following the meetings together with the Turkish officials, we could go to İmralı Island, and then that's where I met him. And Idris Baluken, my colleague, together with him, we were actively part of that process back then. And there was a pause for 10 years, a break. This 10 years that I think that was wasted. And they missed the chance to use that chance for solution. De-escalation, peace, they were all the topics that we were discussing back then, but unfortunately the outcome was not the way that we were expecting. But as I said, there was a break of 10 years, and not only the political delegations, but the lawyers, the families, none of them were allowed to see Mr. Öcalan. 10 years of no contact with outside. After that period of 10 years, in 2024, just before 2025, almost, I think it was beginning of January, we restarted the contact, and so we already know that that's how the contact re-established. So far, we have 3 visits as a political delegation, and in the course of every visit, Öcalan always mentioned peace and the alliance of the Turkish and Kurdish people and the democratization of the Middle East. These are the 3 topics that he was focusing on. And he said, once we can develop these 3 points, we can build peace. And he had also very thorough analysis and evaluations with regard to the situation. And also we discussed what should be done. In the first meeting with him, he said, we spent 50 years with rebellion. The history of rebellion of the Kurdish people. 50 years ago. It started 50 years ago, but the reasons, the grounds for it, the denial of the Kurdish people, the denial of the Kurdish identity, and the ban on the Kurdish language, these were the reasons that forced us to rebel. But after 50 years of rebellion, the last 20-25 years, I thought, and I had this idea that we cannot solve this problem through weapons. Therefore, I thought that Öcalan said that he thought a new phase to start this period for a solution. And when he was saying that, he said he emphasized every time, at the time of the foundation of the Turkish Republic, the Turks and the Kurds, they worked together and they built this country, and how Mustafa Kemal was talking to Kurds, and he also kept İsmet İnönü with him, so they managed to build a republic. But current situation, yeah, we see and now we see that today people look at this 50 years of rebellion from a point of view that have no idea about the cooperation between the Turkish and Kurdish people at the beginning of the Turkish Republic. So, in order to revive this togetherness, the collaboration of the Turkish people and Kurdish people, we need to revise our history and remember the history. So I decided that there is no solution but laying down the weapons or saying goodbye to the weapons. So it's the time for laying down the weapons and building the peace. So he also evaluated or analyzed the previous peace process, and he said that we were not really prepared for that. Maybe the people were ready for peace, but the politics and the politicians, we were not ready for this process back then. Yes, back then the society was ready, but the politics was not ready, because there was a nationalist front was against this peace process. But now, especially the ones that we call nationalists and their president, leader of MHP, Devlet Bahçeli, with his step, we started a new phase, a new process. Of course, Bahçeli's call was not his own idea or his thinking. Devlet Bahçeli was expressing the decision given by the deep state and all the involved parties within the state. So he was a spokesperson for the deep state. And then after that came the calls and the speeches they made on the initiatives. All it let it start. It was like a reason that we start all this period. And Öcalan said that if in this country, if Devlet Bahçeli has changed in this country, that means that everybody can change in this country. As such an ultra-nationalist leader is talking about peace now. Because 10 years ago, this person was asking for my execution, asking for my for death penalty for me, and then today he's inviting me to the Turkish parliament to deliver a speech. That is a very good sign that there is a change within the state. So at the first meeting, Öcalan said that he was making preparations, and this preparation, it will become concrete once he make his call and call for peace. So he said, I give you a task to prepare for this period to come, because the solution of this problem will take place in the Turkish parliament. And the place where the Kurdish problem can be solved is the parliament. He emphasized it, and he asked us to visit every single political party in Turkey and talk to their presidents and invite them to take part in this process. And first of all, we met the MHP leader Devlet Bahçeli and Özgür Özel from CHP and the AKP parliamentary group, Gelecek Party and Deva Party. We paid them visits and we conveyed Öcalan's ideas, and also we also listened to them that how they approach to this period, to this process. But Öcalan also asked to collect their ideas, their critiques, and their thoughts. That's why, because Öcalan said it will contribute this process. That's why we also collected their ideas and thoughts with regard to the process. And then all these meetings, they were in very positive atmosphere, and everybody talked about what kind of contribution that they can perform. Nobody refused the process. Nobody gave us any negative signals. They were all welcoming the thoughts of bringing an end to the violence and a solution to the Kurdish problem. But at the end, we saw the Kurdish people have been denied. There were a period of war, conflict. There are so many people lost their lives, and I'm saying it for both sides. We lost a lot, both Turks and the Kurds. The police were killed, the soldiers were killed, but also the guerrilla were killed. So it was a vicious circle of violence that both sides were fighting against each other and causing loss, and there were no positive steps to find a solution. Therefore, the peace is something that is very valuable. It's valued by everyone. it's very meaningful for everyone. So when we were reporting back to Öcalan about these meetings with the political parties, and Öcalan was very pleased to hear that nobody will stand against peace. He said, that's it. And he also added that the Kurds should love the Turks as much as they love themselves, because we are brothers and we are sisters. Therefore, when we shared all these discussions and reported back to Öcalan after the political party, he said, I have another task. Now, you go to South Kurdistan and ask about Barzani and Talabani's ideas about peace process. You need to go exchange ideas and collect their thoughts, ideas, and also their critics with regard to this process. So after the second meeting on İmralı, we traveled to South Kurdistan and we met Mesut Barzani and Nechirvan Barzani on behalf of KDP, and on behalf of the PUK, we met with Bafıl Talabani and Kubat Talabani. We met them separately and talk about this process.
Kürdistan'da yaptığımız ziyarette de
in the course of the visits in South Kurdistan, we also saw that everybody is very positive and welcoming, and a political solution in Turkey is also very, very closely related to South Kurdistan. They meant that it will have a great impact on South Kurdistan as well, a solution in Turkey. So we also shared this with Mr. Öcalan, and after that he said he will start writing his call and he will make it public soon in a public meeting. So meanwhile, the state officials were paying visits to İmralı very often because they were talking about the text of this call, they were negotiating, and Mr. Öcalan, the text of call was not a text that's written only by Öcalan. It was as a result or outcome of a negotiation with the Turkish state team. And then when it was ready, we were asked to go to the island with a bigger delegation, and our political party, them, our co-chairs, and members of the İmralı delegation, me, myself, and also Sırrı Süreyya Önder, and Mr. Öcalan's two lawyers of Mr. Öcalan, and also other prisoners kept in İmralı Island, and they all took part. They joined this meeting of the peace call. On the day of the call, everybody was so hopeful, very excited. In the streets, in the squares, the people were ready to listen to this call with the big screens set up in the street. Following the call, after the call, maybe partially, maybe little bit, there were some critics that it wasn't fulfilling the expectations. But when we look at the content of the call closely, the shock of the first glance, we succeeded it, or we got rid of that shock very quickly, because the call was not meaning that the steps which are to be taken by the Kurdish side, but also there was also some steps mentioned that the Turkish side also should take. And there was also, so in the call there was also a call about laying down and dissolving a party, a party that Öcalan founded himself. And after the call, there was also an emphasis for preparation or for creating the legal and political basis for this to take place. So, and the reflection of this call on the society, and also Öcalan is not wondering what the society thinks about it or what the state party will do. And I'm sure he's very curious now, but we didn't have the chance to visit him again after the call. But we know that he monitors it very closely. He has a TV, and I know that he regularly watches the news and also discussion shows. And I am sure he is very closely following the reflections of his call for peace. For example, in Newroz, we ask we want a message from Mr. Öcalan, and we informed the Turkish officials, please deliver a message. And when the and Öcalan said that he said that now we are in the process of discussing these call and the steps, so I will not make another call of Newroz which might leave the other discussions in the shade. So he refrained making a big statement for Newroz. That's the reason. And we also Öcalan also told us that we need to have a meeting with Erdogan. It was delayed. We know it was late, but it was important also to pay a visit to President Erdogan, because everybody was thinking in their minds why Erdogan is not a part of this process, why he doesn't make any statements, what is his stance in the face of such a process. There were so many questions, so many question marks in the minds. Therefore, after meeting Erdogan, we saw that in the center of this process, there is the President Erdogan, but also all the political parties are a part of this process. Erdogan is not out of this process. He's also a part of it. And in the course of this meeting, we prepared a summary of the discussions, and we shared, but we also shared our expectations. So we shared the summary of the discussions that we had with Öcalan, but also shared our expectations, what kind of steps should be taken, what we expect from the Turkish side. We shared with the President Erdogan, because for physical freedom of Öcalan and for giving him the opportunity to lead this process, there are some legal amendments that are required, some legal changes, amendments. And Mr. Öcalan at the time of the first process, like 10 years ago, he was kept in a cell which was big, around like 12 meters square, and in that cell he was kept for 20 years all alone, and he was always thinking how I can find a solution for this problem. That's how he spent his 20 years in that cell, 12 square meters. And when we started this new process, he said that he cannot work in that small cell, so he was moved to a bigger cell within the same building, but maybe just slightly bigger than his previous cell. And then he moved there, and then now he's working there. And the last visit, we wanted to see his new cell, and we visited his new cell where he was living. But the other three prisoners, Hamili Yıldırım, Veysi Aktaş, Ömer Hayri, those prisoners, they are still kept in the small cells, which are also 12 square meters. There is no change in their situation. So these circumstances are not suitable for Öcalan to be able to develop this process. Health, security, and freedom. These are the three conditions that need to be improved. Unless they happen, Öcalan cannot have a fruitful or successful work. Therefore, immediately, rapidly, there should be the steps taken. Öcalan's condition should be improved, changed, and legal amendments should take place, and the path towards so that the path towards freedom can be paved. Our meetings with the ministers in terms of improving the conditions, but we don't have anything concrete in our hands to tell when these legal changes, legal amendments will take place. This literally we say these are literally the conditions for the process that's initiated by Öcalan to have a successful outcome. A peace process and dissolvement of a 50-year-old party, and that they will lay down their weapons, but that this process of disarmament and dissolvement of the party that stucks because of these very simple improvements that can be made very simply. So this is unacceptable, that this process is now being blocked by not changing the conditions. Therefore, we immediately need legal amendments and improving Öcalan's prison conditions. When we return, we will also have a meeting with the Minister of Justice, and then possibly we will go to İmralı Island and pay a visit to Mr. Öcalan. And this process was supposed to be completed within a couple of months. So by the end of June. This process should reach the goal. This is what Öcalan thinks, and also the state officials, they also agree. Therefore, the meetings, the work that has been done, and the support that will give into this process in every European country, it will be a great contribution for the success of this process. Every country, according to their perspective, according to their size, there are lots of things that they can do to contribute. Because we know every step will contribute the physical freedom of Mr. Öcalan. And this is Therefore, we have great expectations from the European countries. Support is very important. It is a contribution to peace because it's a support for the peace, because in Turkey, Turkish and Kurdish people will have a common ground where they both coexist in peace. There will be no loser in terms of peace, but the winner will be everyone when peace comes. Turks, Kurds, Alevites, women, youngsters, the east or the west of the country, everybody will win in peace. When the process was suspended in 2015, and 3 years, that was a period of the first negotiation, and we said these 3 years, the period of 3 years was a great gain for us because nobody died within that period of time. No mother cried after their sons or daughters, and the youngsters were not buried under the soil. But once the process collapsed, the conflict restarted. There were more casualties and there were more bodies buried under the ground. There were so many our youngsters, children were they lost their lives because of the restarted conflict. And it's in our hands to make this process successful, in our rhetoric, within our campaigns, our activities, all the way that we can support this process. We can support this process the way that we can. But I also would like to mention that the biggest expectation of Öcalan is from the women and from the youngs. Every meeting, Öcalan opens a new title, a new chapter for the women. Women, especially the Kurdish women living in Turkey, but also all the women in Turkey, the violence that they face, the murder, the killings, femicide, all these, Öcalan always have this very long and thorough analysis with regard to violence against women. And he also underlined the importance of the struggle for equality, how meaningful it is for the women, because this, and he says, freedom of women, or our fight for equality and freedom is very closely tied to freedom of women. And he also very sensible about the death of the children. The Narin, a young Kurdish girl which was killed by his family, it was also a topic of our discussions. He talked about the killing children and the killing women. He said a peace will also prevent the violence against women and also violence against the children, because that's the mentality that we have to fight against. That's the real mentality, that's the real fight. To fight against the mentality that kills women, that kills children. And he says with democratic socialism we can prevent this violence, and we all need to start get to work immediately. Therefore, under one call, he said a call for peace and a democratic society. That's what he means with this call. And here, of course, there are many things that we can talk about them very long, maybe for hours. We can share the details of our meetings, but due to the lack of time, I know we have a limited time. So shortly, we are all hopeful, and we are all closer to peace, because Mr. Öcalan says, he says, I have the power to bring the peace, to develop the peace. And we stand with Öcalan, we say either peace or peace.
Thank you, Pervin, for sharing with us your experience and effort in this process. In this moment of increasing bellicism in the global world, the beginning of a non-violent struggle seems to be a kind of utopian dream. But only building mutual understanding can lead us to peace. It is we, the people, who must be aware that only us can democratize society. It is inside us that we have to change mentality and change the world for peace. And also, are we, the people, who should push governments to sit and negotiate the end of bellicism. We cannot lose this grip on politicians. It is our duty and right to live in peace. Öcalan has shown the way. He says, talk to everybody. No matter who, peace and democracy is the main goal. Please, Pervin, next time you meet President Öcalan, tell him that we will keep fighting for peace and the end of isolation until full liberation of all political prisoners and a legal framework for the success of this process. Thank you, Pervin. Thank you, President Öcalan. Now Amedeo will talk.
Grazie Consuelo. Adesso...
So now to follow the reasoning introduced by Pervin, since it's not the first peace process that has been open and that has been analyzed in his talk. She talked about the necessity of bringing the political option of peace to be mature enough to become the core of the debate. So I would like to leave the floor to Dr. Idris Baluken, who has already been a member of the HDP, who participated in the negotiation in Imrali between 2013 and 15 to underline the differences and the actuality of the former process and the actual process. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking Zazaki right now, but I will speak in Turkish later. And I would like to thank everyone and who organized this event. For me, it's an historical meeting today, because I wish I could made my entire speech in Zazaki Kurdish, but I know that not everyone is understanding Zazaki, so I will continue in Turkish. And I would like to thank you for the invitation and for this historic gathering here. So, when I'm doing my presentation, I will stick with the curriculum. They gave me a topic, and I will stick with that topic. And they asked me to talk about 2013, 2015, but with the limited time that I have, it's really difficult to tell you about that process. But as I said, with a systematic, I will try to give you a summary and give you a systematic overview to the process, and at the end I will also share my personal ideas. In order to understand 2013-2015 process is important in order to understand the current process. So therefore they asked me to make a comparison between the previous process and now. I think also it's very important, and we all know the peace process or the solution process back then. The process was before the end. We had a very successful process, and before we reached the end, it was the time, the phase that there will be a delegation of monitoring or observing. That was the last point that we had to decide, but then it failed. So, which means that we could have done it 10 years ago. We were at the point of finding a solution, but we saw that the Turkish government, that they failed the process, and we missed this historic opportunity. And then there was war. We know that there was also oppression against the political sphere, political parties. There were massacres like Roboski, and but like before, while there was so violence and the war going on, there was a process that started even before the ones that made public. So we know in December 2012, we became aware of some public statements, and then Erdogan delivered a speech on the state channel TRT. He admitted that there are some visits and talks with Öcalan, and he admitted the peace process was in motion. So if you might remember, a week later, after Erdogan's speech on the 3rd of January, the first delegation went to İmralı Island in 2013. Ahmet Türk, Aylat Aka, and there was another person that was the delegation. Altan Tan, Pervin is. She corrected me. Altan Tan was not a part of the first delegation. It might be a mistake. But as I said, there was the first delegation went to the island a week after Erdogan's speech on the state channel. And we brought Öcalan's message, and then we shared it with the public. After the first meeting, on the 9th of January, 3 Kurdish women activists were killed, assassinated in Paris. Leyla Şailemez and 2 other women. And this was a topic that mentioned in our meetings very often. And Öcalan said that I see no difference that they kill Sakine in Paris or they kill me here in the prison. There is no difference. So he said it was an updated Dersim massacre. That's how he defined these assassinations of the Kurdish women in Paris. But he also said the purpose of these assassinations are bringing an end to the peace process. So we cannot let it happen, and our response to this assassination will be insisting on peace. But they will pay for this assassination in future. What it means, I will try to explain it in details later. But after the massacre in Paris, there were some concerns whether the process will continue or not. It was not only Öcalan's concern or thinking, but when the bodies of 3 women were sent to to Diyarbakir, and at the funeral there were like hundreds of thousands of people were present. So these people, they said, we own this process. So they showed their support for the process, that it should continue. So that's how the process continued. And after the tensions, Öcalan, as a key opening all these the tensions or solving these discussions, Öcalan prepared a call for peace, and he said a peace will not only be good for the Turkish or Kurdish people, but it is also good for the entire region back then. In 2013 at the Nowruz speech, and then we informed the public opinion about the steps that need to be taken. But unfortunately, there was some kind of a vague response from the Turkish state with regard to the necessary steps, what we also face today. But despite all these handicaps, we wanted to socialize this process, and the government was also they also agreed that we started having the commissions of wise men, and they were trying to going to the public, visiting the families who lost their beloved ones in the conflict, and they were talking about the peace and talking process. And at the beginning there was a resistance against it, but and later at the Turkish National Assembly there was a commission was established in the parliament, and if you might remember, CHP and MHP back then, they didn't send any representatives to this committee. That was their response to this peace process. But with the time, Mr. Öcalan, that he always he was insisting on legal grounds that he was also mentioning back then, and it was very limited legal changes made at the parliament, and there were these wise men commissions, and there was also some work to have a framework piece of legislation with regard to peace process, but it wasn't fulfilled, and the government delayed it, stalled it, and then it brought many more problems later. So today, the perspective proposed by Mr. Öcalan, it's so wide that even includes the process of 2013-25. But in the face of Öcalan's call, the steps taken by the government, they are very much behind of this call. There is not a commission yet. There is not the civil society being a part of this process, and there is no work to have a legal ground or legal basis for this process. There is no legislation, no amendments, no new law. If it is the approach, if it continues, this process cannot be developed or unilaterally. There should be. That's what we learned from the previous process. That was a unilateral. Efforts are not enough. You cannot develop a peace process unilaterally. It should be bilateral. There should be steps taken by both parties, and in May 2013 there was a call for the guerrilla to withdraw from Turkey, and following that, as the response, there were some democratic steps were supposed to be taken by the Turkish government, but the legal arrangements were not fulfilled as a response to the withdrawal of the guerrilla. In contrary, in a time of expectations of legal arrangements, the Turkish state started building new military bases in Kurdistan, and they introduced more village guards at the time, and there were also military operations, like provocative military operations continued at the time when the guerrilla was withdrawing from Turkey. So, and Turkey went beyond its border and supported these mobster and the armed groups who were fighting against the Kurds in Syria. Turkey started supporting them at the same time. In June, there was these Gezi protests, and after the Gezi protests, they changed their direction and they went to the direction of totalitarianism. And we saw a government, a state that want to oppress every opposition in the country. So these it made it clear that unilateral efforts of Öcalan that he created with this historical and social background, but because of these unilateral efforts, that the process failed. And even back then, the only thing that were making the process continue were the statements came from Öcalan. In 2014, in the face of that frustration, Öcalan sent one single Nowruz message, and it revived all the hopes and brought enthusiasm to the people. And in his message of Nowruz, Öcalan was calling upon the government for some steps, and he said, if they fail to do so, there will be like a coup d'état against the system in Turkey. That was his warning, and the history proved that. In 2015, we saw the coup d'état that took place in Turkey. So we can say his evaluations, his analysis are so strong and very effective in that sense. So he knows Turkey, he knows the politics. He had also other warnings towards the Kurds, to the Turks, and they were ignored by the state and the government. And there were also some other interventions from Turkey or provocation against the process that were not taken seriously by the government. But we saw that how they damaged the process. The stance of the back then, we remember everything. There was a turning point when Erdogan made a speech about Kobani, but at the time of the resistance in Kobani, Erdogan made a speech that Kobani is about to fall. So that was a turning point in that process, because Kobani was not only important only for the Kurds, but it was actually a symbol for everyone fighting against ISIS. And in October 2014, Erdogan started a new process of destruction, and they targeted the Kurds. So because the state failed to understand or to evaluate the relationship between the Turks and the Kurds. Instead of improving their relationship with the Kurds in Syria, they supported the barbarism, they support the ISIS and the Islamist fundamentalists, and the process failed. And they couldn't continue the process.
ilgili bir karar alındığında dahi gerek Sayın Öcalan
Even the state took a decision for destruction. And despite the decision taken by the state, Öcalan insisted on peace, and the Kurdish movement was also supporting the efforts for peace, despite the fact that the government was planning a total destruction in Kurdistan. And months later, 28th of February 2015, we had this picture at the Dolmabahce consensus. The content of the consensus of Dolmabahce Palace, it was like today, it was peace and democratic society. So we can say it was more or less the same content that in Öcalan's call. So Öcalan was talking about the minimum Öcalan was talking about improving the political fight, political struggle, and Öcalan was talking about making a call to the PKK for laying down. That was coming from this consensus. But what I want to say, because of the foreign policy of Turkey against the Syrian Kurds, that was based on hostility, but also inside Turkey, this politics that's only aiming at winning elections in Turkey. These were the reasons that failed the process. Because Erdogan saw that the peace was not useful for him because he was losing votes, and those who were in favor of peace were gaining power. They were becoming strong. Therefore, they failed the process. So we saw that how AKP destroyed the negotiation table. And in the process of the elections, before the election, Erdogan made a statement that he doesn't recognize this Dolmabahce consensus, that it was a wrong picture, and he only said such a consensus will only give Öcalan legitimacy, which he doesn't want. Then, even back then, he gave the signals that what they were planning. And after the 7th of June, the elections, we saw the result. The HDP party got 13%, and it became the third biggest party in the Turkish parliament. And so also it brought so many Turkish leftist revolutionaries were also joined the party, and Erdogan lost the majority. Therefore, from 7th of June until the 1st of October, the renewal of the elections, we saw what happened. That the massacre in Suruç took place, and then 2 Turkish police officers were assassinated on very suspicious conditions, unclarified. So these were the steps going towards the war. That's how that brought an end to this process, which also brought destructive results. We saw that 10 years of destruction. And meanwhile, there were some operations, purge against the Kurdish politicians, also elected mayors
and co-mayors and thousands of Kurdish politicians were arrested, sent to prison. The municipalities were confiscated, and the mayors were replaced with the trustees assigned by the Ministry of Interior. So we saw and today we see that all these practices that the Turkish government used against the Kurds back then now equally implemented beyond the west of the Euphrates. Now the Turkish municipalities are suffering the same. And in a period that nobody was thinking of peace, nobody was even thinking of peace, but Kurdish leader Abdullah Öcalan, with the messages he sent, now his messages let the seeds of hope to raise, to get stronger. The hopes are getting stronger because of the Öcalan's messages. So, shortly, if I may say, in the previous process, there was a process that was recognized by the government, by the state, and with time there were the wise men commissions, a commission at the parliament, and there was a piece of legislation, although it was very limited, very small, mere symbolic, but it was something that would convince the society. We had some concrete steps, but today we don't even see those limited steps that were taken back then. Even when they are naming this process, they never consider any sensibilities of the Kurdish side, and they want to launch, even in the public opinion, they want to show it that the initiative is in the hands of the government. There is no civil society, there is no inclusion of the society or the different parties in the process, and they never talk about the peace or the social aspects. They only talk about the security and the war and military aspect of this process. So they reduce it to security policies. So, but despite everything, Mr. Öcalan continues his stance for peace, and once again, with his all intellectual ideas, he brings a proposal for peace, and then it also entrusts us with this proposal. It's our also task. It's not that he will do everything, but he's giving us tasks. He's sharing this peace process with us, and he includes us in this process. Despite all the attitude from the state, Mr. Öcalan philosophically, he said every war has a peace. Those who know how to fight, they should also know how to make peace. Because if those who do not know how to make peace cannot even have a proper war. It becomes a dirty war. It becomes a catastrophe. And he said, even if I will be executed tomorrow, I will continue working for peace. Because making peace is an art. And making peace is even harder than continuing the war. So, in the background of his call, there is this philosophical and humanitarian approach behind his call for peace. And even today, as it was summarized by our colleagues, so he is isolated from the rest of the world, living on an island, surrounded by water, behind the iron doors in a small cell. He is still insisting on the peace because Öcalan has these philosophical pillars, philosophical ground for his call for peace. So, and with this attitude, Öcalan is actually exceeding his personality as a leader of Kurdish people, and he is reaching out the world. Now we see a real perspective of peace. In a period of time that nobody was talking about peace, Öcalan is taking the great risks by talking about peace. But Öcalan has the power to revive all these hopes for peace with one sentence. He can make it. And so to make peace, Öcalan, it requires, cultural, historical, philosophical background, and with his attitude, he proves that he has all these necessary pillars for this. So it is not only, this process is not only about the Kurds, it's not only about the freedom of the Kurds, but it is beyond that. In the history, Öcalan started as a guerrilla leader, and then he became a leader of the Kurdish people, and today he goes beyond being a Kurdish leader. And now he is, and today we see that the people in the Middle East said, no, Öcalan cannot only be defined as the Kurdish leader of the Kurdish people, we also recognize him as our leader. So Öcalan becomes a leader, a leader for the peoples of the Middle East. He's welcomed, recognized, and accepted by the people in the Middle East with his perspective for peace. So he is a wise person, and wise person working for peace. So he became a peace leader. So because he became a peace leader, when we talk about his conditions or when we talk about the Kurdish people, it cannot only be reduced to the Kurdish people. It's more about making peace and giving freedom to a peacemaker. So Nelson Mandela's freedom was not his personal individual freedom. When we talk about the freedom of Nelson Mandela, it's not only about a freedom of an individual. It's freedom of Mandela. We also talk about the liberation of the people of South Africa who suffered under apartheid, of the black people of the continent. That's why we talk about the freedom of Mandela. And beyond that, and not only about the black people in South Africa, freedom of Mandela also brought inspiration for everyone in the world who were suffering under oppression. So freedom of Mandela means also freedom of all the oppressed people around the world. In that sense, freedom of Öcalan himself is not his individual freedom. It's not only the freedom of Kurdish people or the people in the Middle East, but also his freedom is freedom of those people who are fighting for peace and for justice. And once again, And I see that those people who are supporting this campaign, supporting the Kurdish people, they are not only supporting Mr. Öcalan or supporting the Kurdish people, they are supporting the values of humanity. Therefore, I would like to thank you and salute you. As Öcalan says, the truth is the love, and the love is the free life. So I would like to salute everyone who brings peace and the free life together with Öcalan. Once again, thank you.
Grazie mille, Dottor Baruchet.
Thank you very much. We've got a few delays to the panel, so I'm going to pass immediately to the Honourable Ömer Öcalan, Deputy of the Dem Party, to introduce how the current peace process and memory of the peace process from 2013, how this revolutionary contradiction in the system of the war system of capitalism, how this has an impact on the whole Middle East and the global level, how this can be explained after the message from İmralı. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also would like to salute all the participants, all the friends, from all over the world, all the internationalists that are supporting, walking with us, walking with our leader Öcalan. Once again, I would like to welcome you all. And once again, I also would like to thank to our friends that have been working like the apostles, delivering the message of Öcalan with the rest of the world in every single city, in every country they are, all over the world. And they respect and live on the philosophy of Mr. Öcalan. I would like to thank them for their efforts, for their great work. Esteemed friends, the region we live is Middle East, and the people in the Middle East, we are created in the Middle East, and the truth of the Middle East is very clear. We all know. In that sense, Mr. Öcalan evaluates and analyzes the situation of the Middle East. He determine the problems, and then he also said, how can we solve it? So a solution for the coexistence of the people. So we see that the problem was that 100 years ago we saw that there are monist regimes were created in the Middle East. One state, one language, one flag, and one culture. That was the beginning of the problem. And today we see the outcomes of these regimes created 100 years ago. Now it's raining fire in the Middle East. There are children being killed. There are youngsters are being killed. So to avoid it, we need a peace, but a peace that suits our honor, an honorable peace. So, and if you travel in the Middle East, you see that from one village to another village, you see that the language changes, the faith, religion changes. So these differences, this diversity, how can coexist in a peaceful manner? Öcalan's work is all about this. And in the Middle East, we know that the regimes created in the Middle East, they impose monism, one color. But Öcalan brings a different approach. He says we have to be diverse, We are diverse and we need to recognize it, because otherwise, you see, look at Iraq, look at Syria, what happened because of these regimes. And today, what's happening in Turkey. But what is the solution now? How can we promote the solution? That is the question. The problem, we all know it, we can analyze. There are so many intellectuals, academics here, there are feminists, politicians, or the journalists. We can now talk about the problems, we can analyze the problems, but what is the solution? And then, in that point for the solution, we see Öcalan. Öcalan brings a solution. He offers how we respect each other, how we see the diversities as the richness of our society. No nation is better than another. No religion is better than the other. That's how, not having a hierarchy introduced by the nation states, but respecting and welcoming all the differences and the diversities. So, and you people working for the campaign, working for Öcalan's freedom, you are the bridge between Öcalan and his philosophy and the rest of the world. And Kurdish people are in love with peace. They paid so big, they paid very heavy prices for the sake of freedom. There are so many youngsters, so many good-looking boys, very beautiful women. They all sacrificed their life for the freedom, and they also fought against the terror of ISIS, and together with the support our internationalist friends. So, don't you think that Europe is actually in debt with the Kurdish people? Of course, we don't mean you, but it should be seen. The state, the governments, they are in debt with Kurdish people because they fought against ISIS not only for them, but on behalf of the humanity. A barbaric organization that were massacring the children and women. And now we see that we can create a democratic system in the Middle East, and the Kurds can play the leading role. There are 22 Arab nation states, and look at their life. Are they happy that they have 22 nation states? No, that they lost their energy. But the difference between us, between them and us, is that we Kurds, we still have this energy and this desire for freedom. So our claim is big, and our claim is not only about Kurds and Kurdistan or the brother and sisterhood between the Kurds and Turks. No, we go beyond it. We want a democratic system for our region, and in that work, your work is also very, very valuable, very important, and we don't have to. We create an alternative. We don't feel ourselves imposed to choose either an hegemonic powers in the region or another one. No, we have our third path. We find our path, and that is peace, that is democracy, that is coexistence. And Öcalan is inspired by democracy, a democracy that includes, is an inclusive democracy, welcoming everyone, in which everyone can find their representation. I know we don't have much time, but I just want to say there is a great hope in Kurdistan, and they have this hope should be promoted, and Öcalan says, I am ready to do everything in my capacity for peace. That also gives us hope, And once again, I would like to salute you with my revolutionary feelings. And once again, thank you very much for your work. And I hope you will be successful in your work.
Grazie mille, grazie mille.
Thank you, Ömer Öcalan. And now I'll ask to pass on to the second part.
Few people know as much as Fausa Youssef about the struggle of the Kurdish people, and especially the Kurdish, Arab, and Syriac, and other minorities women in Syria, in order to build a society of hope in a territory ravaged by the sectarian violence and the nation-state greed. Fausia will speak to us about political transition in post-Assad Syria and the role of the democratic autonomous administration can play in this transition. Please go ahead. Fausia, thank you.
First of all, I would like to greet you on behalf of all the peoples in northern and eastern Syria, and on behalf of all the revolutionary women, fighters, and on behalf of the women who are right now, they are at the front fighting against the militia backed up by Turkey, and also members of the YPG and also Syrian Democratic Forces, and also the activists who are having a vigil at the Tishrin Dam, that for months they're having a vigil. On behalf of all my comrades, I would like to salute you and congratulate you on this occasion and on your great work. I also would like to say that I see many internationalist friends that are supporting, promoting our cause. And I might say this is an honor for us, being here, coming together and working together and discussing together, debating together. It's an honor for us. And we, in Rojava, Kurdistan, we had so many martyrs in northern and eastern Syria. We lost our comrades. Heval Legerin, Heval Lorenzo, Heval Helin, and all the other comrades that have fallen in this fight. These friends, they came to Rojava and they have fallen in Rojava, and today your path is our path and your goal is our goal. We follow your path. And they asked me about what is the story about Rojava. What story is it? What kind of story is it? Who created this story? There are so many questions that we receive. And many people say that, how come Rojava can survive? How could you resist? Since 2011 and until today, resistance, non-stop resistance, non-stop struggle. It is an unprecedented march. Of course, there are some secrets of this march, and in my opinion, there are many lessons that humanity can learn, the lessons that we had in the course of this march, this story of Rojava. But the ones who created the beginning, this ground for this march, and who let this march continue, the owner of this story is Reber Apo, leader Apo. Because leader Apo, he seeded, planted seeds, the seeds of the democratic nation, the seed of free women, and the Kurds, and the decolonized Kurdish identity, and the Kurds being proud of themselves. This is the seed that leader Öcalan planted in the Middle East. And these 3 seeds, today, it has grown and became trees in Rojava. And the Kurdish people, Assyrians, Turkomans, and all the other compounds, different ethnicities living in Rojava, today, now we have a forest of these trees. And this forest, today, we can say it is the hope for the entire humanity. Hope for women. It includes hope for women, hope for humanity, hope for values, and it is a hope for all the peoples of the region. And every day we prove it. We see that it proves itself what kind of hope it is. How we exceed the borders. Why Rojava, Kurdistan exceeded its borders? Why now it's reaching out everywhere in the world? And I say that the main reason is that everybody, they need freedom, they need equality, and they need justice. All the needs that people, they saw it in Rojava. That's why they make it their own. That's why they stand with Rojava. We had an Arab friend. He used to say, Rojava, Rojava is like a tree in the middle of the sea where you're drawn, and then you catch and you grab this tree and you never leave it. But to be honest, we didn't know that we will be hope for everyone at the beginning. At the beginning, we didn't have this claim to be a hope, that we said, okay, this is our work, we have to do, and then we realized that our work also exceeds us, goes beyond. And day by day, it's growing and reaching more people. So our work is now beyond us. Now it's on a different level. It's 14 years now. This is the 15th year. In Syria, there is a crisis going on. We, based on the philosophy of leader Apo, his perspective about the nations and democratic nation, we wanted to implement his philosophy. In the beginning, we had so many challenges. So we asked ourselves, where should we start? Because if you don't know where to start, you cannot also know how to continue. So we did, and we decided that then we will start with ourselves. You start from yourself. the result of these, the regimes or the state, nation-statism, and also patriarchy, that's how we are raised. But Leader Apo showed us this path. Whatever you look for, look it in yourself. So in my opinion, this is the key. If you want to change something, you need to start with yourself, changing yourself. Because if you don't start with yourself, we will also lose our path. It's called munafaq in Islam. It means that to be, you will be liars. We will be, if you cannot change yourself, then you cannot have a claim of changing anything. So, therefore, the riders of the end of the world, capitalism, nation state, and industrialism. We have to liberate ourselves in order to have a revolution. Because all the revolutions before, they became the slaves of these three powers. Therefore, we started with education. Now in Rojava we have so many academies. Academies of women, academies of youngsters, academy of genealogy, academy of military, and academy of the democratic society, and the hundreds of other academics that giving education, because we saw we cannot manage it without education, because our minds are occupied, our hearts are occupied. Every part of the life is occupied with these teachings of the previous regimes and the states and the society. That's why we have to liberate our hearts, liberate our minds. This is the method proposed by Leader Apo. Leader Apo says the mental revolution and also ethical revolution. It's these both revolutions in terms of mind and ethics, it will bring a social revolution. You cannot talk about a social revolution unless you have your mental and ethical revolution yourself. And that's the only way that you can actually base your democratic system upon. But on the other hand, of course, the existing regimes, they target you very heavily. So that's why you need to resist against the imposition from the regimes, and also you need to renew yourself and to make your own revolution. That's why we need education. In these academies, we focus on that. How can we detach ourselves from the existing regimes? We criticize ourselves. We have self-critique. We ask questions, and we look for answers. We are on a quest. So I can say that's the answer of the question, how we can resist. This is because at the beginning we fight against ourselves, and then we defeat ourselves so that we can resist against the others. We can resist against others, because if someone cannot defeat himself, herself, cannot defeat anything else or anyone else. In Tishrin Dam, Bavit Tayar, the Kurds knows him, he was an actor. On that them, he said something which was a saying from another martyr called Zehra. It was said by Zehra, and then he repeated what Shahid Zehra said. He said, "We are bigger than the death." And Baveh Tayyar, he also he became martyred as a result of a bomb attack on Tishrin Dam. And when we say, we are bigger than the death, it's not only a propaganda. It is really our people in northern and eastern Syria. We are all bigger than death. They left death behind. In the past, normally the fighters will go to the front and fight, but now we see that the civilians, our people, they go to Tishrin Dam. They know that there are conflict, clashes, that there is a risk of losing their rights, but they don't care. They get ready, they go to the dam, they have their vigil, and they also sacrifice their lives. This is the spirit. The activists who go to Tishrin Dam, they take it, they are ready to pay a price. In this time, there was a very tragic period, but at the same time, in my opinion, this is something that people can, there is an incident that people can write maybe novels or write dissertation, thesis. Parents, mother and father, and they had a baby, and both parents, they went to the Tishrin Dam. They said, "We have a baby, and if we want to secure the future of our life of our child, infant, we have to go to Tishrin Dam." And both they went, and they lost their lives. So I'm just saying it. They went to Tishrin for the sake of their children, but also out of their love for freedom, and they were ready to sacrifice everything. So if we are talking about a people like this, they will never be defeated. They will never be killed. There are so many similar incidents that we experience, so many stories. Every time our region, Middle East, Syria, is the country of chaos. There is something like, it comes an earthquake, it comes, destroys everything, we build it, and then another earthquake hits, and then that's how it works in the Middle East. And all these earthquakes, they come from Turkey. In the past, people believed that the earth is on the head of an animal that shakes its head, and then earthquakes happens. Today, we know that our earthquake, our animal is Turkey, because every time Turkey is targeting us, every time Turkey is, they create different dinosaurs against us. Jabhat al-Nusra, or Free Syrian Army, and became ISIS, and then Syrian National Army. So Turkey is creating monsters every time. Every time they come up with a different monster. And the last one is the HTS. So we have a neighbor that's very problematic, that creating so much trouble for us. In Rojava, we call it like grumpy. We call them grumpy neighbors. And the last one that they come up with is the HTS. How it happened is still not clear. What happened? That how come that the Syrian state collapsed within 8 days? What happened that this? How come a state will collapse within 8 days? So we have questions, of course. And of course we have our analysis. We know that it was a result of an international agreement, and in order to prevent a solution, they want us to keep fighting against each other, and this is a part of this game, the game of killing each other, continuous killing. Therefore, so we are facing a nightmare, and I can say, and people of Syria are still living this nightmare. How come a child of ISIS, they were the children of ISIS, and now all of a sudden they became the government within 8 days? But the weird thing, and ISIS, they used to fight against they were fighting, everybody was talking about, we fight against ISIS, unacceptable, this and that, and today we see that everybody is in a queue, the states, Europeans, everyone, they are trying to become friends with this new government, they want to make agreements and this. So when it comes to Middle East, there is no human rights, there are no values, no justice. They forget about it when it comes to the Middle East for the Europeans and the other countries. Look at Afghanistan. They say we deserve Taliban, we deserve HTS, the people of the region. So this is also a part of a policy, yeah. But they think that we are the old ones. We will just say, oh, okay, good, that's fine, we accept it, it's an improvement. They changed their clothes, they put on suits, and then so that they will be presentable and accepted and welcomed. They think that we are so stupid that we will buy it. Because they say, okay, they can take it. Of course, we are also partially the reason why they think like that, but you cannot exaggerate like this. This is really an insult to our intelligence. And now, currently, there is a real chaos in Syria. And in my opinion, it's even more dangerous than ISIS. Because ISIS has never been legitimate. But today, we see that they have legitimacy. And this is even more dangerous. And they are sacrificing They are just sacrificing us that you and with your problems stay in the Middle East. This one is like a bomb they threw at us, our left, and we don't know what will happen with this bomb. It's gonna explode. We just sit in a couple of days. We had this huge bomb on our left. So we want to find out who threw that bomb, why they throw it, what they want, and this bomb, if it explodes, who will suffer, or who can actually activate the bomb. It's also a possibility. There are so many scenarios. So there's a frustration in the country. So this is the situation that we face today. And we want that in this situation, how we fought against ISIS and defended our rights, we also need to defend ourselves in this situation. How can we defend our rights? How can we defend our revolution? How can we defend our gains? This is our focus. No. Because on one side, Turkey and its bands, they keep us fighting on one side. They want to keep us busy so that we cannot create anything, we cannot build anything. But on the other hand, Damascus is building a country, a government. They are writing a constitution. And everyone around us said, go to Damascus, have contact, have good relationships, and this. They also put pressure on us to go to Damascus. Now we are actually dancing with Israel. That's like the angel of death. We are dancing with the angel of death right now. This is our situation. We have to. This is not a choice. this is what we face. This is not by choice. And because we are not even given the chance to choose ourselves. De facto, this is the de facto situation, and it's over. The powers behind him, they brought him to Syria. Said, this is the factor to deal with it. So the topic that we need to focus, we find very important to focus is that we say one okay, the rule one. Until we secure our rights in the Constitution, we will never accept the dissolvement of Syrian democratic forces or give up their rights. We will never do that unless our rights are secured in the Constitution. SDF will exist because on the Alawite on the coast regions, what happened to the Alawites, believe me, it's not even covered by the media, maybe 1% of it, because our friends, we sent a delegation, we sent them some humanitarian aid, so our friends went to the Alawites, and they said our friends reported that almost like 70% of the Alawite villages are completely destroyed, torched, and what happened in Shingal, the same thing happened also against Alawites. How the Yazidi women were enslaved, the same thing happened to the Alawite women. Our delegation they filmed and documented the blood in the street. So the blood was in the street. It was so vivid. You could see the brutality that YHTS. And separate spreads by Ba'athist groups that the Kurds are separatists, and they will have their own country. But now, today, we see that we have our autonomy, and we are a part of the country. But now we see that even Durzi's are talking about we want to have our democratic autonomy. Arabs, the Alawites, they say we want our democratic autonomy, and they are creating their local councils like us. So this might be also self-critique because we tried at the time of the regime to go and hijab. The woman shouldn't go out. Women cannot work in this line of work. At the beginning, they had this decree, but then somehow there's some pressure came from outside. They were warned. They said, if you do it now, then we don't see a very long life for you. So they stopped and they withdraw the decree, and they are silent now. But it is not a guarantee that they will not reintroduce these kind of things in future. Currently, they are weak, and they say, and they know they are under constant monitoring with the powers that brought them to Syria, brought them to power, are also controlling them. So they don't want to upset them. So they know that they don't have a very long life. So in order to extend their life, they say, okay, now we stay silent. We don't introduce these radical changes. But we know that their first target will be the woman if they change it. And against this, therefore, we need to have a bigger women organization, not only in north and eastern Syria. We have to expand the women's organization all over the country. We need to have more education for women, especially gynecology, educations, trainings for women, and YPJ will exist. This is our red line. YPJ will continue. It will never dissolve. And it is a very important point, because SDF, if it becomes a part of integrated into the Syrian army, what will happen to YPJ? No, YPJ will exist. And we will defend our autonomy. And in other regions of Syria, we said they have similar ideas. For example, Alawites on the coast region, they called up on YPJ to go and defend them. Alawi women, they asked YPJ to defend them too. So YPJ is not an interim power or interim force that created and after finishing its task it will be dissolved. No, YPJ is a strategic thing, and it will be protector of the rights of women in Syria. That's how we define YPJ. These are our the strategies. These are the plans that we have to survive this transition period before or without losing much. And I'm sure you have a question in your minds that might be what kind of alliance that you with HTS. You signed a consensus with HTS. I know it's a question mark in everybody's mind. Actually, we also thought, how can we do this? Of course, we think, reflect, how can you bring black and white? We are so different, like black and white, but we determined some principles. So what we want, we need to see that HTS is still weak and under very much pressure, and it's not very well organized yet. If we don't go a step towards them now, it will be much difficult in future when HTS feels itself very strong. It's also wanted or encouraged by the from outside, and it's not ideal, of course, but we didn't have any better alternative. Because if you look at the others, there are these bands supported by Turkey. With them, we cannot do anything. But you cannot say we are gonna choose between those jihadist groups or not. No, with the bands, the Syrian National Army, they are paid by Turkey. Their salary comes from Turkey. Their weapons come from Turkey. So with them, we cannot make any peace or any deal. So this was our contradictory situation. And then there is also a saying. There is a saying. Until you cross the bridge, you call the bear as uncle. It rhymes better in Turkish, but it means that until we cross the bridge, we have to we call the bear as uncle. I'm sure it is a difficult thing, which means until you get over the risks, sometimes you need to be softer towards the others. That's what it means. But as I said, we have main principles. We have red lines that we will never give up on. Even if there is a war, we will not give up. These principles that I mentioned. But there is a policy in motion that they always want to keep a conflict continue, but we want to prevent this politics. And Arabs are provoking us very much. They want us to involve a conflict because they wanted to pull you into a conflict so that they can actually destroy you. That was the plan. But against it, despite the provocations from the Arabs, we remain cool. This is shortly and briefly the situation that we experience nowadays. And we see that our burden is getting heavier because we have thousands of calls that we receive from every city of Syria. They say, you are our hope. Because once Rojava falls, the entire Syria will fall. When HTS entered Aleppo, the entire city has fallen, apart from the two Kurdish neighborhoods, Sheikh Mahsoud and Ashrafiyah. They said the regime had collapsed, the Syrian state has collapsed, but the Kurdish neighborhoods in Aleppo, they stood. So they said, that's why you are our hope. because we had a strong will. They didn't want to. We had a very strong will, and they didn't attack. So people were calling us, saying that even Damascus has fallen, but Sheikh Maksud and Ashrafiyah still stand. So you might be really strong. And to shame them. It's been months. They used all the possible weapons, bombs and heavy weaponry, artillery and everything, but it didn't fall. Freedom of women, SDF and YPG and autonomy and social contract of northern and eastern Syria. So we have this deep root, we have this strength that the system that we have in northern eastern Syria, we can expand it for the entire country. So democratic autonomy, women's revolution, and all these gains, we want to spread it to the other cities of Syria. This is the motivation. This is the excitement that motivates us, that we can bring this to the rest of the country. At the end, I can say indeed, the spirit, the philosophy, the perspective, and a manifesto of freedom written by our leader Öcalan. Education and also thoughts of, without thoughts of Öcalan, we will be like the Arab Spring, like all the other revolutions, we will be defeated. The gains of Rojava are the gains of the philosophy of our leader Öcalan. Because our female fighters, the fighters of YPJ and SDF, also the people there, peoples of the northern and eastern Syria, they trust with Öcalan's ideas. They believe in that it's the only thing that can save them. So we can say we as the people of northern and eastern Syria, as the women of the northern and eastern Syria, we own it. We owe it to our leader Öcalan. And in order to pay this debt, we promised we will in every way we implement his ideas, his philosophy, and make this a culture, and make it a lifestyle, make it a habit. We will do everything we will do everything we can, and we will continue this march until the victory. We will not give up. We promised for victory. And for the internationalist friends, we also feel our in debt. They didn't leave us alone. They didn't abandon. They were in Afrin, they were in Kobani, they were in Serekaniye, they were with us. And today, Iro, you are also with us. So I would like to salute you sincerely from the bottom of my heart. And Legerin, they fulfilled their promise, and we as your comrades, we also promise we will we will keep our promise to our martyrs and our promise to people. We will keep our promise, and our slogan is not that we don't say either freedom or freedom, either success or success.
Hello, Fausia. We are quite behind the schedule, almost 1 hour, so sorry for cutting the lunchtime. We have to be here back at 2:30 p.m. Please don't be late. Sorry.